Hey everyone, apologize. The clerk posted a different link than we had for today. So all of the OEQ folks were sitting in another room until we got a message from one of you. I super apologize. I'm letting everybody in right now because I was like, why isn't anyone here? It's 3:30. So I will make sure Andy gets back over here.
It's also weird. I had trouble figuring out how to join.
Oh, this is where everybody's at.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
found him.
I was trying to figure out how to join. So however she did, if we can put it directly in the meeting, that would be helpful.
I was gonna, while we're waiting, I know there's supposed to be an IECC meeting tomorrow for Stakeholders Union Station. I will not be able to make it. Is there someone else from the committee who might be able to go to represent us for that meeting?
Actually, Michael, I should have let you know this, sorry, but I got the notice that was canceled. So I'll reach out to Katrina and Councilwoman Boo and see what the update is with that.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. And let's see, do we have a quorum yet? I see 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
This is Bill. I'm on the phone.
And Bill. Okay. And Ellen. Okay, so I didn't get word from anyone that they couldn't make it, but I do think we have quorum. Is Marlene available to do a roll call, perhaps?
Yes. The only one that said that wasn't going to be able to make it was Tom.
Okay.
He's the only one that declined the meeting, but here we go. All right, so we have Robin.
Present.
And then we got Michael Kelly.
Present.
And we said Tom said he wasn't going to be able to meet us. Angela.
Present.
Beth.
Present.
Helen.
Here.
Bill.
Present.
Bridget.
Here.
Kristen. Boo.
I think you mean Bo.
Oh, sorry, Bo. And Shirley.
Okay, thank you, Marlene. Go ahead.
Robin, I was just going to say, I got an email from Kristen. I think she was trying to get into the meeting too, but was having trouble.
Okay.
I can forward the link to her if you'd like.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, I think that's quorum then, so why don't we go ahead and get started. Welcome everybody to the August meeting of the Climate Protection Steering Committee. We've got a pretty brief agenda today, or starting with approving the minutes from the last meeting. So do I have a motion to approve those or any discussion about the minutes from last month?
Move to approve.
Kelly, I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes, minutes are approved. The only other agenda item we have today, but which will, I guess, be take up the bulk of our time, is to update on the climate protection resiliency plan. So, Andy, would you like to start by kind of talking about what we can expect from here on out, and then we can discuss the updates for the committee, or?
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Okay, so I will preface this by saying all dates and times that I am about to tell you can, of course, be changed, modified, tweaked at any moment by council, the clerk, management, et cetera, et cetera. So you all know that. But this is what we know so far. So we'll start out first off is this Thursday, August 18th, will be a formal presentation on the Climate Protection Resilience Plan to Council. We'll be doing that with in a business session in front of full council. I've seen 2 different times, so hopefully we'll get the time worked out, but it's either at 1:30 or 2 o'clock that afternoon. So we'll keep you posted on that. We may send out something to the steering committee once we know for sure which time it is. But anyhow, we'll do a business session presentation in front of full council. And then shortly thereafter, in front of the legislative session will be the introduction of the resolution to adopt the Climate Protection Resilience Plan. So that'll be introduced and on the docket for Thursday in the legislative session for first read. The mayor will then appoint or assign that particular resolution to a committee. Historically, most climate-related resolutions typically go to TIO. So that's where I'm pretty much betting that's where the mayor will send it. But either way, the committee meetings are the following week. So that would fall on the 24th. So TIO usually meets, let's see here, is the first of the day. So 9 o'clock on the 24th would be TIO. So we would do a much abbreviated version of a presentation to that committee about the climate plan. We'll let the committee kind of deliberate, ask questions or whatever. And then from there, what we can hope for, of course, that is the time when the public, steering committee, anybody, stakeholders can come forward to testify on the plan. So there is a time period where council will accept testimony, both electronically and in person or virtual, either way. So I would just say the 24th is kind of a big day. And then from there, what we would hope for is a recommendation of advance and due pass, which would push it to the following day to full council for their full vote. So that's the big day. So that's where we're hoping for a very successful vote that day to adopt the plan. So those are the key dates for the CPRP. I want to put out also kind of concurrently going on is the energy code conversation and also the balanced energy resolution that's out there. I should say the energy code ordinance and the balanced energy resolution. Both of those have been held by the committees for the 24th. So unless those are held any further, the 24th could be a pretty exciting day with essentially 3 different legislative actions going on the same day, all related to climate action here in Kansas City. So stay tuned. We'll see how that plays out. And then the last thing just to keep in mind is that there isn't any council activity the following week after that. So council will take the week off just before Labor Day. So hoping to have this done, hoping to have a happy holiday where we can all rest and recover from this whole process. So that's what we know as of today. I've been checking in with the city manager and the clerks, everybody, just kind of a day-to-day, just making sure everything is still on track. The other one ordinance that I did not mention that I'll throw up right now is we participate in the Renewable Direct program with Evergy. We've had a pretty successful year with that particular power purchase agreement. We did receive kind of a rebate check back from Evergy that I did receive some internal approvals to basically keep that money from going into the general fund of the city. So my intention was to use those funds towards implementation, at least the first year implementation of the plan. So that ordinance should also be introduced on the same day as the CPRP resolution. So I was trying to tie them together to kind of get some synergy going between, the plan and having some dollars available to get kick-started in the process. So we'll see if that continues on course. There are some things that might vary that a little bit, but I'm still trying to keep them together, keep them linked together. So that's what I know for now.
Thank you, Andy. And for community members who are here, who may be interested in giving public testimony when it comes before committee, could you remind us, what are the chances that it goes to committee next week, but then they don't allow public testimony? Or would there be a scenario where that could happen?
Yeah, of course, that there's an option. I mean,
Where
we've
it
seen
gets
that with-
held and so they don't have.
Of course, yeah. And usually Tuesdays, I'll get a feeling, we as the directors meet Tuesday mornings to discuss what's going to get held, what's not going to get held. So we sort of get a feeling the day before committee meetings, what's going to happen. And I try to get the word out to folks that I know are going to participate in the public testimony aspect. But that is, and sometimes we don't even find out until the day of committee. You get there and then sure enough, some whispering goes on between the mayor and or committee members. And next thing you know, we're going to hold it. And so you might be in council chambers and next thing you know, sorry, see you next time. So yeah, it's a very fluid process. I know many of you have been through it. You've experienced that. Yeah.
Okay.
There's no assurances either way, but so far as I
Sure.
know, and of course it depends on what happens in the business session with the climate plan. If we get a lot of questions that they would like us to go back and revisit before taking it to committee, that's a certain possibility. And we might need to, the resolution will already be introduced, but they can certainly hold it for a week or two to give us time to address their concerns. So that's a certain possibility as well.
Great. Thanks for providing that clarification.
Yeah.
And there will also be opportunity for, once the resolution is introduced on Thursday, and it has a resolution number, then at any point, anyone can submit a comment and reference that resolution by email. So, okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Great.
And then in terms of the business session, I know, Robin, you've asked some questions. Just our intention at this point is myself and Laura will be providing the business session presentation along with support from Brendel Group. And then, of course, we'll certainly hope for you and or Michael and or other representatives of the steering committee to be in chambers because there may inevitably be questions that come up that are better directed to the steering committee than it is to staff. So something to consider.
Great. Any other questions or comments before we move on? Okay. I did want to note that I don't think we included anything on the agenda for public comment today, but that wasn't intentional. I think we're going to have a discussion as a committee here about some outstanding comments, and I think we'll give the community a chance to weigh in before we would take a vote on anything. Does that sound okay to my fellow committee members or any? Okay, great. Okay, well, the other item that we'd like to discuss today is Councilwoman Robinson brought together members of the steering committee and representatives from utilities last week to discuss some outstanding concerns the utilities have about the climate protection resiliency plan. And we were given a summary of those concerns. I've worked with the subcommittee chairs for building energy or for homes and buildings and electricity to come up with responses to those outstanding concerns. And we didn't have very much time to turn this around, so it got sent out to the committee earlier today. I don't know if anyone's had a chance to look at it, but I just thought that could be a starting point for discussion today on our committee's response to some of those outstanding concerns. So I could go ahead and share my screen and go through those. And if anyone has any, anyone from the committee has any questions or comments or suggestions, we can talk through that together. So let's see, let me bring that up on my screen. Okay. Are you guys seeing my screen now? Wait, let me try this again.
Yes, we are seeing it. Well,
Okay,
we were,
sorry.
so.
Okay, let me try. I'm not used to doing this with Teams. Okay, here we go. Here it is. Okay. So I don't know how easy that is for everyone to see. I could make it a bit bigger. But you all should have gotten a copy of it also from Andy and Laura earlier today. But let me see if I can make it a little bigger. So, all right, well, maybe I'll just walk through these. We have about 11 of them. So I was just going to walk through them. So the first suggestion from Evergy was to include language in the plan about Kansas City pursuing a balanced energy portfolio. Our suggested recommendation for discussion today is to include the language provided, but without the term balanced energy. And we've got a reasoning behind that there. So are there any questions or comments about that?
Michael Kelly, I'll just offer that the reason we wanted to include this language the way that it was written is because the balanced energy resolution is still out there. The other thing I'll offer is that we do concur with Evergy that placing an emphasis on reliability and affordability is definitely something that we should consider. And so I think that that's why we came to the conclusion on the language the way that we did.
Thanks for that, Michael. Yes. Any other comments?
No, I mean, obviously, we liked it with balance, but we appreciate that affordability and reliability were included. So thank you for that.
Sure. The next suggestion by Evergy relates to essentially the fact that the plan includes target dates for closing Hawthorne, or no, let's see, no, maybe Hawthorne isn't mentioned in this one, but closing all the coal plants by 2030. So I guess the main, we've kind of summarized here why we suggest keeping the dates in. First, that's one of the things we heard most from the community about. And also because if the city is going to participate in Public Service Commission meetings, the staff who will be participating in that will need some sort of direction from council as to what to advocate for. So it was our feeling that taking out the dates would make it difficult for city staff to know, what is the city's goal, and know what to advocate for. And we've also, Bill, would you like to add anything? Are you still there? We may have lost Bill. But anyway, in speaking to Bill, there's also the fact that we'd like Evergy to consider the fact that there's new tax credits available through the Inflation Reduction Act, or will be once it's signed, that could make it even more feasible to replace coal plants with battery storage. So that's some of the reasoning behind the language that we're recommending here, but I'll open it up to any questions or comments.
Well, sure, I have a couple comments. And my comments, I will take both of the sections together. They're kind of really very similar to each other. And so my comments really address both of those next two issues. And again, we're not saying, we think saying as soon as possible makes more sense versus having dates in there, and that's a pretty strong statement in and of itself. We are working towards decarbonization, and we have our own net zero target, and we're a key implementer of the city's goals. I want everybody to continue to know we're strong supporters of the city's goals and where they're moving towards. Just don't like Hawthorne specifically being called out. And by having, and it really isn't feasible to have them closed by 2025. And so to have something in the plan that's not feasible discredits the plan. And I don't want to send that message to city council. It seems like, we're implying that batteries would replace Hawthorne, and there's just no way that would work from a capacity accreditation standpoint, and definitely not from a transmission standpoint by the time frame listed in the plan. And whether we use securitization or tax credits or incentives, it's still not possible within that time frame. The independent report that you reference probably assumes a battery price that's a little too low. It also factors in that, as batteries are added, you get less and less capacity credits the more that you add. And then you also have to factor in that you have to actually charge those batteries. And all that is technologies and things that we're exploring and things that we're looking at. It just can't be done within that time frame that you're requesting in the plan. We have a process. You mentioned the Public Service Commission process to talk about resource planning, and the city is one of our largest customers. So if not the largest, so of course they're going to have influence at the Missouri Public Service Commission and in those proceedings, whether there's a date there or not a date there. And I think I was the one that actually suggested that the city participate in those proceedings. We welcome the city participating in those proceedings, and I think they will carry a lot of influence. And that's the place to address this, not in the plan. And by putting it in the plan, I think it discredits the plan because that date truly is not feasible. And so to say as soon as possible is a very strong statement without putting an actual date in there.
I guess, what we were trying to also say is that we know that through the integrated resource planning process, there's a dozen or more scenarios that you all consider for possible energy mixes going forward. So I guess, we absolutely don't want this to be seen as a mandate because we can't mandate that. But we're asking, I guess, Evergy to consider having this as one of these scenarios so that we can have that discussion at the Public Service Commission once the analysis is available for everyone to see, and then adjust the dates if needed, for affordability and reliability reasons.
And I appreciate that, but they have to be scenarios that are that you can achieve. And some of the, and it's not achievable. So it could be a scenario and it cost us, a lot more, and that scenario would be one to talk about whether and to balance affordability with versus reliability. But this is one that we can't even, a scenario that's not even feasible, and that date is not feasible for us to do.
I would like to chime in as the Energy Generation Subcommittee Chair, and reiterate that, this is a topic that we have talked about ad nauseum, both in our subcommittee meetings and during this very extensive, rigorous process. And I also want to elevate that residents of Kansas City feel more strongly about this than many other elements of the plan. We've heard over and over again how important this is to community members. And I want to clarify that independent report does not solely focus on batteries. So I think it's very disingenuous to lead council to believe that this is not feasible when there is independent research that has demonstrated that it absolutely is feasible. And I don't think that we should be spreading misinformation. So we've demonstrated this, we've done our research. The Hawthorne coal plant has a tremendous amount of environmental justice concerns, all of which we have discussed at length. And the research says the research does not substantiate these concerns.
Respectfully disagree. We need to see the report and see the assumptions that went into the independent report. So if you could provide that, then we can provide some additional context around maybe what it is. I only use battery because that's what was placed in the response back was around battery, but it's still a transmission issue from a wind perspective as well as capacity issue from a wind perspective. And again, we are working, and looking at our resources to over time shut them down. And I think, again, to put in as soon as possible so that we can operate within the constraints of what we can do to ensure reliability and affordability. And from a environmental perspective, the plant is one of the, I think you had it on the dirtiest list, is actually one of the cleanest. We've complied with the Clean Air Act. We've had the studies that show that it's, basically a non-impact from a health perspective. What we're asking for is fairly minor. And again, I think sending this to the committee and the council, giving a date that the utility is saying they can't achieve is
disingenuous.
Correct. And again, we want to be we're working towards the same goal. We're wanting to shut down coal as well, but we have to do it in a paced manner where we, affordability and reliability are the same impacts, that we take those into consideration as well. And I think you've seen us to be good actors with the city. We're one of their main implementers. It's not that we're trying to pull a fast one here with the committee. It is truly something that we can't achieve. And that's where as soon as possible, if they can go in and talk about as soon as possible with the Missouri Public Service Commission, I think we welcome that. We would love for them to be down there with us and be partners with us as we, work towards decarbonization.
And sorry, can I just recommend that we notice the people who have their hands raised so we can allow for more voices in this conversation?
Yeah, good point.
I can't see the hands raised, so if someone could help me by...
I see Bridget and Michael. I'm not sure who was first.
Bridget can go first.
Cool. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, Ellen, I know that Evergy, we have to have Evergy a part of this process, right? You guys are an electrical company. I think part of the reasoning as well is that, as Evergy, you all have a carbon neutral net zero goal. And then we also state one in this plan as well. So it's not odd to ask for deadlines, right? Or by due dates, I guess you could say. And so I think saying as soon as possible is entirely too vague and kind of just not along the standard process that we're doing here. We have a goal in this plan for carbon neutral as well. And so I understand that you all are very stressed about this. But I think that doing as soon as possible is just entirely too vague and will not help any Kansas City residents in this fight for climate justice. And then I did also want to state, because I did state this with the meeting with Councilwoman Robinson and all the city councilors. You know, we have to remember that there's Clean Air Act, you know, policies that you all have to, emissions, whatever, scrubbing, that you have to stay within the guidelines. And you guys do well at that. But at the same time, you all also produce carbon dioxide, which is a huge issue with greenhouse gas emissions and our global warming problem. And, you know, Environment Missouri put out a report a couple months ago that, you know, fortunately, actually not fortunately, Missouri has the second biggest CO2 contributor of all of the power plants in the United States at Labadie out in St. Louis. But we also ranked all 15 of them in Missouri, and Hawthorne actually ranked as 7. And so, like, that's not nothing. That's not clean. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that I do think we need to have a target. I think we need to be progressive, not only to show the citizens of Kansas City that we do have these goals and we have these targets and we can hold ourselves accountable as city, committee, and businesses that we're working with, and all the stakeholders are involved, just so, you know, we can prove and have, like, oh, look, yes, we are doing this. So that's a lot of rambling, and that's where I'm going to end it.
So I'll just jump in to say a couple things. So 4 things go a little bit further with the meeting. As a committee, we should all be very cognizant of the need to try to create a space where people are allowed to say their piece. Whether we disagree with it or not, that is our responsibility as a committee representing the public. So that means no cussing, no threats, no disparaging comments from anybody. And so with that being said, one question I did want to ask Ellen, and I appreciate your I appreciate the suggestions and everything, and your explanation for Evergy's point. But I guess one question I would want to ask is, if not 2025, ballpark, would you be able to tell us what if it is not feasible for Evergy to do it, then when would be feasible? What is a year that you can give us?
I don't have a date for you, because when we will be running our new integrated resource plan, but we have conducted a transmission study so that we could understand the transmission constraints that we need to overcome to do that. So we are actively working on what it might look like.
Okay, and
Because transmission is that's the biggest issue around
sure.
it.
Yes, and so as kind of a follow-up, just for my understanding, do you have kind of a ballpark for when that study might be finished?
It is in process, and there are reports coming out to the officer team shortly on it. But
Okay.
Then it would all have to be worked into the integrated resource plan. So, I mean, there probably will not be an updated date until next year when our
Okay.
new integrated resource plan is available.
Okay, thank you.
But I am sincere in that we are working on it. I mean, we understand the need and
Yes.
the request by this committee and others. I mean,
Sure, and I do thank you for answering my questions. So
Any other questions or comments before we move on? Okay. That was it as far as outstanding comments from Evergy. Spire also has some comments that we've tried to address here. The first one was the same as Evergy's first comment about the balanced energy language. And so our response to that would be the same as our response to Evergy's.
I have a quick question. So, I mean, I sit on the committee, so I'm able to respond to our comments. Is somebody from Spire able, are they participating in this committee so they can answer questions? Or not? I mean, maybe that's not the
Yes.
process. I just wanted to.
I was gonna say, if there is someone from Spire available.
I'm not able to see anything in the chat or anything, Michael, so.
I don't see anyone raising their hand or putting anything in the chat. So, Ellen, I think as far as I can tell, I think it is just Evergy at this point.
Okay, and obviously I'm not going to comment on anything for Spire. I just wanted to make sure that they had time, like I had time, if it was appropriate.
Sure. I will say, so it's in the record, Billy Davies did say in the chat that Jabber Wesley, who works for Spire, is present. So I don't know. I'll defer to Robin on how we would want to approach that, but there is someone from Spire present. So.
Since we've let or had Ellen available to address these as we went, if Jabbar would like to address anything as we go along, I'm fine with that. There's also time once we get through all of these for anyone who's with us today to share their comments. So the strategy
I would like to say before you go on, Robin, just to clarify, this really is a summary of the conversation that took place last week with the council. And so Spire had a lot of platform and a lot of room to, to offer their information, just to clarify that. But don't disagree with letting them speak today, but I also just want to clarify that they have had an opportunity to address this with council, and I'm sure in individual meetings as well, I would think.
Thanks, Beth. So my understanding of this comment around B3, the ensuring climate ready, efficient construction, is that there was an issue with the phrase are powered by clean electricity being included, and they suggested removing that. And so our suggested response is that the city does have a goal of 100% clean electricity by 2030. I know Laura and Andy checked with the legal department to see if there was any issue with this phrase with regards to the preemption law around natural gas. And the one piece of guidance we got was that perhaps changing electricity to energy may eliminate any appearance of impropriety. They didn't say that it was improper, but that might eliminate any appearance of. So I put it out I left that as a question mark. I figured we would discuss that as a committee to decide, do we want to recommend keeping it as it is, changing electricity to energy, or removing that phrase?
This is Michael. I would like to follow the recommendation of legal and change clean electricity to clean energy, just for the sake of eliminating the appearance of impropriety.
All right. Any other thoughts or comments?
This is Beth. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, this is Bridget. I was going to say the same thing, especially after working at the state with the preemption. So I'm acutely aware. I think changing from electricity to energy is a really good idea.
Okay. So I could, let's see, sorry. Just go ahead and make that change. Change. Okay. Unless there's any other comments. But all right, moving on then to B4. So these comments were a bit more extensive. So this is our strategy around promoting equitable building decarbonization. So what I did was include Spire's recommended language, but I also added in what was there before, which they've recommended removing. So anything that's bold is additions that Spire's asking for. Anything that's crossed out is something we had there before, which they've asked to remove. So, and then we have on the right a suggestion or a draft suggestion for how to word this. And basically a draft suggestion is to just keep things the way they are in the plan today. And the reasoning behind that is because we didn't feel it was necessary to state that we are going to comply with Missouri state law. That should be understood. We do have a goal of achieving 100% clean electricity, and that does not necessarily exclude firm low carbon resources such as nuclear or hydropower. Since the time of the study that was included by Spire, battery storage prices have fallen dramatically, and now we have IRA tax credits to make batteries even cheaper than natural gas. In addition, carbon capture and storage technology, which is one of the low carbon resources referred to in that 2018 study, is still not proven or affordable at this time. And since we're concerned with affordability, it's really not a preferred solution for the CPSC. And then finally, renewable natural gas, which we've talked about at length throughout this process, was determined by Brendel and by the CPSC and other experts like Midwest Building Decarbonization to not be affordable or viable. So we're not recommending any changes to the language, but open that up for discussion.
I raised my hand. This is Bridget. I'm just curious, and this might be just me being totally ignorant. I've never heard of the term firm low carbon resources. Does that basically just mean gas and then all renewable clean energy? I'm just very confused by that terminology.
I opened the study, and the examples it gives are natural gas with carbon capture and storage. So not natural gas by itself. Mm-hmm. Hydropower, nuclear, and I'm not sure if they mentioned battery storage back in 2018, but I believe that would qualify too.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just say in the chat, Laura gave a definition, firm low carbon resources such as nuclear, reservoir, hydrogen, geothermal, bioenergy, and fossil plants capturing CO2. So
thank you. There were a couple I left off. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, this is Bridget again. Yeah, I mean, I agree with the assessment. The reasoning behind it, of course, just because I don't think that after history has repeatedly shown us we want to be trying to build a nuclear power plant because it's very expensive. So just going to add that.
So I'll just say kind of with that, like, I understand the concerns about nuclear. I get that. If there was a way to somehow drop in language to mitigate that, because I do still think that that reservoir hydrogen and geothermal should be considered as part of this as well. Would that be something that would allay the concerns of some of the more skeptical folks here on this point?
I mean, I'd be okay with that. I just don't want nuclear involved in that because the Missouri legislature keeps trying to overturn the rule that customers will have to be beholden to construction of power plants and nuclear power plants. So it has bankrupted many cities and states before.
Okay. Any other comments on that before we go on to, there's 3 more.
Feel free to proceed.
Okay. The next one was also related to B4 about whether or not there is a resiliency benefit to building electrification. Spire suggests that we indicate that there's not a resiliency benefit. And so in response to that, I guess I should have mentioned or said first that we recommend keeping it as yes, because installing heat pumps in households that currently don't have air conditioning will provide them with air conditioning for the first time, which is obviously a huge resiliency benefit, especially as temperatures increase. Any thoughts or comments about our response on that one?
I'll just say I'm indifferent one way or the other on whether it's yes or no for this piece.
Any other thoughts? I can't see if there's any hands up. Sorry.
No hands up, sorry.
Okay, thanks. Okay, well, let's move on to the next, which was about the costs associated with building electrification. I guess in one version of the plan, the cost savings was a negative 1.1 billion, and then in the updated, the cost savings was switched to none. So our comment on this was that we agree that more information about costs associated with this strategy would be helpful. And that's not something that was that I saw very much of the information about how that was calculated. We just made the note that through the Inflation Reduction Act, they're saying that it would save, the average household $1,800 annually by making the switch to electrification. But due to kind of a lack of other information, we're suggesting that we just change the cost savings from none to unknown for this one. So does anyone have any other thoughts or suggestions?
Don't see anybody raising their hands or saying it or unmuting.
All right. So then I'll move on to the next one, which is, I think this is the last one. There was concern that a study that was referenced in the plan was one that Mothers Out Front was a part of a couple years back, And since I'm associated with Mothers Out Front, there was a concern about conflict of interest. So I guess the one thing, I guess we decided to just take any objection about that away by looking for different sources. And so we're suggesting changing this to reference the American Medical Association, which just passed a resolution about the association of gas stoves and asthma levels. So.
Not seeing any comments or raised hands or anyone coming off of mute.
Hey, Robin,
Mm-hmm.
this is Laura. I apologize. Can you put the link to that resolution in chat for me so I can have it for my notes? Thanks.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and then I will be able to get the link for you, Laura.
I was gonna say, don't worry about it. I can bring up I don't want you to have to stop sharing if you're not ready to. I can find it in my files. Sorry.
I can go ahead and stop sharing, and then if there's no other comments by the committee, we could open it up to any comments from the community members who are in attendance, if anyone would like to comment on any of that or share their thoughts. So I'm going to stop sharing so I might be able to actually see if someone's raising their hand. But if anyone else sees any hands raised, please go ahead and call.
Yes, if anyone is interested in sharing public comment, please raise your hand. Don't think that we have too many folks here, so but we will try to ask folks to try to keep it to no more than 2 minutes. So and I will keep a timer in the sake of fairness for folks who are publicly speaking. So if anyone does have any public comments they would like to share, please feel free to raise your hand. I will, I'll note, let's see. Okay, so that's been shared in the chat. I'll just note several of the recent things that have been said. So Laura had, okay, never mind. I see Dan Wilkus, and I apologize if I mispronounced anyone's name, including from earlier. Dan, let me see here. Dan, whenever you're ready, you may start speaking. Let's see, Dan, if you're trying to speak, you're still muted. Okay. I will let Dan figure this, get that squared away when he gets the chance. If he is able to come off mute, we will gladly let him speak. Just go through the comments here really quick. Firm low carbon, it was already said, there was a study that was shared. Beth asked for us to put the Iecc stakeholder meeting back on the agenda. We can, if we get through public comment here on some of the other issues. Let me see, Bridget added about supporting hydro, geothermal, CO2 capturing. Let me see here. Okay, yes, Dan, no problems. Worst come to absolute worst, Dan, if you would like, you're welcome to drop your comments in the chat. Oh,
I switched media here. Sorry about that.
there we go. Yes, Dan, please go ahead.
I apologize. Seems like technology, it never works when you want it to. So, hi, I'm Dan Wilkus. I work with Ellen at Evergy. I lead our Clean Air Act compliance team. I just wanted to add a few statistics about Hawthorne. I know we've we've talked a lot about its emissions and its impacts to the environment and the surrounding community. I think it's important to point out that there are coal plants and there is Hawthorne. And as a coal plant goes, Hawthorne's one of the smaller plants. Nationwide, its emissions of CO2 are less than 0.17% of the entire nationwide average for electric generating units. In Missouri, less than 4%. Hawthorne also ranks fourth lowest in CO2 emissions of coal plants. So there's been a lot of talk about Hawthorne being in the top 10 or 7th or whatever it may be. There is only 10 coal plants in Missouri, and there's quite a difference of disparity between the upper and the lower. So you mentioned Labadie, I believe they're up in the 15 to 17 million range, where Hawthorne is down around 2 million. And then as far as criteria pollutants, Hawthorne employs some of the best controls in the country. So state-of-the-art controls that have been operating and protecting the community for over 30 years. So there's dry scrubbers, bag houses that control particulate matter. We talk a lot about PM 2.5, fine particulates are well controlled. There's SCR. We have gone through on that plant, and there's been a lot of talk too about cumulative impacts. That facility is what we call a prevention of significant deterioration facility that went through extensive modeling when the plant was permitted and looked at interactive modeling, and the impacts were insignificant, meaning they did not cause or contribute to any violations of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So just wanted to add that into the record, just some tidbits about Hawthorne itself. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So let me see here. So there were a couple of comments. Billy was wanting to know more about the meeting that took place. If someone else wants to speak to or add on, I can, or actually Billy, I see has his hand raised. So Billy, you're welcome to come off the chat.
I'll follow the committee's guidance, but I'd actually, if I would like to reserve my public comment until, like, these are honestly just, I'm sorry, resident here taken off guard, admittedly, by some of the information shared here. So if another committee member would like to ask that question so that I can hold my public comment, I'd really like to just devote my public comment to responding. Otherwise, I can give my public comment now if the committee would not like to discuss those further.
I'm fine with discussing the meeting. Others who are there can chime in as needed. But the essential part of it was that Councilwoman Robinson called for a meeting which took place last, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, at the Mohart Center. She invited council members Bunch, Boo, and O'Neill to attend as well, to specifically discuss utility concerns regarding portions of the plan. It was her understanding that the utilities felt that they had not been adequately involved in the plan, and that they wanted an opportunity to share their concerns with members of the council. And so the majority of the meeting was essentially organized around 3 questions: what do we like about the plan, what are the concerns, and ways to move forward. The Climate Protection Steering Committee was primarily represented by Bill Griffith and Beth Pauley, with occasional additions as needed from Bridget Sanderson, and both Evergy and Spire were in attendance. I believe the attendees from the Evergy side who spoke were Chuck Casely, and I believe the Spire individuals who spoke were Jabbar Wesley, and I apologize if I mispronounced Jabbar's name, and Shaylin Dean. Again, apologies if I mispronounced the name. And so this was an opportunity for the utilities to kind of share their concerns. The council members asked their questions. And then my understanding, so Billy, to your question, is my understanding is that this was open to the public. I can't speak to how it was advertised because I wasn't involved in the organizing of the meeting. I did attend the meeting, but I was not involved in organizing the meeting. And so so there were staff who were at the meeting as well. Laura Ish was in attendance. And so the reason why there weren't more staff in attendance was because Andy was fulfilling his roles supporting the Environmental Management Commission, which was meeting at the same time. So that's kind of a general explanation of what happened with that meeting. So if Beth or Bridget would like to add on anything, I think I covered the kind of high level points, but if there's anything more that they wanted to add, I will defer to them, or Bill, if he's still on.
I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. And I see Bridget shaking her head, hopefully in agreement that I covered everything. So yeah. Okay, so I see Billy has his hand up. So Billy, I will say that because of the earlier clarifying questions, I'm going to assume that this counts as your actual public comment, and I will still give you 2 minutes, but it is just 2 minutes of public comment to be respectful. So
of course, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Billy Davies. I'm a resident of the 6th District. I appreciate, I apologize if my questions in the chat, I appreciate y'all taking and responding to questions in the chat. Didn't mean to disrupt the meeting. I admittedly, to speak as a resident, I'm taking off guard by the nature of this meeting. It sounds that you all are considering revising the climate plan after public comment is closed, and you all have deliberated extensively now for well over a year, where stakeholders have had ample access to this committee, to staff, to the city generally, to weigh in and share their views and share information that will be helpful to the committee and city, the staff, in making this decision. And it's just great. It's really concerning to see what sounds like that. I mean, I'm checking public channels now, even still, like I'm trying to, what official channels were there for other folks to express concerns? Because I'm sure there are other folks who would have had concerns about this committee. If folks were concerned about having access to council, like, is that really true that Evergy Inspire don't have access to council, and that therefore this meeting was necessary? And now, based on a meeting where there was not an opportunity for public comment, where volunteers with the city, not the city itself, now it doesn't sound like the city manager was present or any others, like, were there to give the opinion of the city. Why are we now talking about revising this? Is the city, our city staffs, like, what is their opinion on this? It's my understanding as a resident of the public that they were going to be getting ready to present this to the council this Thursday, and it's been vetted, through legal departments, through the proper channels. So those are just kind of initial concerns. Also happy to provide information that has already been provided about showing how, again, like, it is good to set dates for goals, and the date, without a date, the game is over. That's why this resolution is powerful. These things need to happen. You all set great channels for public input. You should stick to them. I please don't change this until you have more opportunity for public input. At least I realize I'm over time. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So, Billy, the one thing I'll say in response to the comments is that this was not our decision. It was made by Councilwoman Robinson. So I would just say if there are questions, then the person who is best prepared to answer those are Councilwoman Robinson. We were asked to attend by the council members, and so because we are kind of serving at their leisure, we felt it was necessary to go to that meeting. And so I
Michael,
I,
it's
I, hmm?
Michael, it's Ellen Evergy. I mean, we didn't believe it was a public meeting because it didn't have a quorum of the council. It was just that I think a small group of them got together and had additional questions. That was our view of it, and that it wasn't necessarily a public meeting. And there were, besides utilities speaking, I mean, Beth, Bridget, Bill, Eslin, they all had the opportunity to speak at that as well. I didn't attend. Chuck Paisley from our group attended. He's public affairs. And because it was meeting with council, that's why we sent him versus me, besides having a conflict. But that was our view of the meeting and why Chuck went.
Understood. Bridget, I see you have your hand up.
I do also want to clarify that this meeting was also due to the fact that Spire kept saying that they hadn't been involved in this process. And so they wanted to have a meeting within this realm. I also thought it was supposed to be a public meeting. Myself, that's how I perceived it. So again, don't know about the channels. City Council asked us to come. Councilwoman Robinson asked us to come. So I showed up. And I just want to state that this is the solution to, after, having back and forths with Spire through public comments. And I did want to just note that Michael Kelly did actually reach out to Spire and asked to meet with them, and they declined. And then this was the solution to that as well. So just wanted to.
So I do want to clarify to Bridget's point that I did reach out. We did reach out to Spire, and we did have a meeting. Robin and I did meet with Spire, and we did hear their concerns. But the meeting had already been scheduled by Councilwoman Robinson at this point. Not trying to undercut Bridget, but I did want to clarify on that point at least. Andy, so sorry. Andy, I see that you have your hand up.
Yeah, and I would just respond from the staff side on this. We were just asked to kind of monitor the conversation, not to participate in the conversation directly. The city manager just asked us to kind of monitor, but not to be actively a participant in this conversation. We felt that as staff, we've done our part to facilitate the process. And in this case, this was directly from Councilman Robinson and her wishes. So I would definitely defer any questions you have to her office.
Yes, and Andy, my apologies for misexplaining staff's part on
No,
that.
that's fine.
So I see that Jim Turner has his hand up.
I think
Oh,
Jabbar
I'm sorry. But before I get to Jim, Jabbar's hand is up, so he does get to go first.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that as well in regards to the meeting. CPSC reached out, Mike reached out to Spire to have that meeting. The request specifically was for Spire to speak about our community involvement and things of that nature. It wasn't specific asked to discuss the actual plan. So our response was, well, there's been some public comments directed at Spire. And I think we need to iron out those issues with the plan, and then we can work towards getting in front of this body to discuss some of our community outreach. But I think that's kind of the inception of that, Billy. So that's kind of where that transpired. We had a meeting before the meeting, and I think that went well. It was we had an opportunity to express our concerns, and the meeting with Councilwoman Robinson, we had an opportunity to express our concerns again in that format. So I do want to say, Spire, the lion's share of the plan, we're pretty much in support of. We do a lot of the energy efficiency things. But the one thing, we had a couple of issues as we discussed in this meeting with sections B3 and B4. I think, we still have some of those, some reservations for what's been discussed and some of the reasoning behind rejecting some of our comments, our recommendations. But like I said, we thank you for the opportunity to express our concerns with the plan. And I do also want to say that Spire is not trying to interfere with the plan, not trying to stop the plan. And I think I communicated that with the chair and the vice chair. So thanks for your time. And we'll keep working collaboratively with the city as we all have environmental goals as well. So thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jabbar. Jim, my apologies for getting the order mixed up. The floor is now yours.
No problem, thank you. This is all, it's hard to take in all this on first hearing, but I'm getting the impression that possibly this could result in a different text of a plan going to being submitted to the city council for approval differently than the content of the plan that we of the public have spent several weeks trying to monitor to the best of our ability. And if that is the case, then I think it's something that members of the public have reason to object to. So if I've misunderstood and take your time inadvisedly, I'm sorry about that, but I'm just saying what I hear. So that's all.
Thank you, Jim. Are there any other questions or raised hands? I don't see any other raised hands besides Jim's. Okay, assuming that there aren't any other comments. Beth did mention earlier in the chat that she wanted to discuss the Iecc stakeholder meeting. So my understanding is that meeting is the correspondence that I had been having with that meeting was that it was supposed to be occurring tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. And so they had asked someone from the Climate Protection Steering Committee to be in attendance for that. As I had said earlier, I'm unable to attend because I have other commitments, but if there's someone who would be willing to sit in on that meeting on behalf of the Climate Protection Steering Committee, and preferably someone who knows a little bit more about Iecc than I do, then that would probably be best. So are there any volunteers for that, or did Beth have additional questions that she wanted to ask?
Nope, I just wanted to see if anyone was available to attend.
I much like the meeting that we had with Councilwoman Robinson and Spire and Evergy, I think somebody maybe from the buildings group would be a good suggestion. Not to throw anybody under the bus, but I agree, Michael. Like I'm less inclined to throw my hat, bring in the hat.
That's totally valid. I think that from a steering committee standpoint, it's just important that we go there to affirm our support for the updated building codes, especially in context of an implementation strategy of the plan. So you won't be prepared to be a building code expert. You'll just it'll just be nice to have somebody from our steering committee show support for the updated building codes that have been lagging this entire summer.
And Beth, did you say that's at 3 o'clock?
3:30, and it's at Union Station, so I can send you the information that I have.
I don't necessarily want to volunteer myself because my employer will have representatives at that meeting, and I don't want there to be confusion of who I'm representing at that meeting. But if I need to, I can be available. I just prefer to be a last option.
Sure. Bridget, are you available? Why don't I send you two information and then we can figure it out via email? Now I know who to go to.
And send it to me to Beth,
Okay.
you know, please. Okay. So as far as our responses go, I guess, do we have a motion to vote on these as a committee?
So, Robin, can I hop in here really fast as Bridget?
Yeah.
I do think with I know that this isn't a very big meeting today, but with the community input that we've been having, maybe sending the city council what we voted on as a committee as is, and then also send that document that you wrote up as well, just as like, as a note, as a committee, we talked about this, but we had already voted on it. So here is all of the information after our meeting with Spire and Evergy. But by all means, disagree with me, anyone.
So Bridget, could you say that again? I'm sorry. I think you cut out a little bit on my end.
My bad. I was just stating that I think due to the public comment that we've gotten during this meeting, that we should send the plan as is that we voted on last meeting, and then also send, like, as an attachment or what have you, Robin's document that she showed us about the back and forth of like what our response is as a committee. I guess we could vote on the responses as a committee to pass that along to city council and just state, like, after our meeting with Evergy and Spire, this is what we came up with. There you go.
So maybe more or less not as things to officially put in the plan, but things to say, you know, based on what we heard from the utilities, if the council chooses to add in or make changes to language based on what they have heard, this is what we suggest as a committee.
Correct.
Okay.
So with that, will you, just to make sure I'm clear, that we will send what the final changes are, or you will send the document that shows what the utility suggested and what you adopted?
My understanding was that it would be the spreadsheet, but
The whole
Robin,
document?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. That works for me.
Michael and Robin, this is Kristen Riot. I thought that just to answer Billy and Jim's input about why there would be changes to this document at this late date, I thought that we had received feedback that that City Council was unlikely to pass the plan as it was currently written. Is that not accurate? It wasn't just that the utilities wanted to be heard more. It was that we were getting feedback from council that the plan in its current form was unlikely to be sponsored or passed. Is that, am I not getting that quite right?
Well, I'm not sure about that sponsorship is an issue. I guess my response to that, Kristen, yeah, is just the same thing that Michael said before. We were, asked by Councilman Robinson to have that meeting last week, and so we felt that this was the right thing to do as an outcome of that meeting.
I'm talking about the week or two before that, but it may not matter. But I just wanted Billy and Jim to know that this didn't happen. Just, we didn't just get a whim to start rewriting the plan. I do like Bridget's suggestion that there could be some form of showing the council that we have seriously considered some language changes.
And I think that's in response to utility input, right? Stakeholder input.
I know that there were council people that were seriously concerned that there might be an impact of increasing the cost on our citizens from the plan.
That, and my response to that is, it is highly likely that there is a lot of misinformation about that we have seen that was posted in the chat today. And I don't think that as a steering committee serving the public interest, that we should be seen as placating that type of misinformation. I think that we, to Billy's point, to many people's points, we've spent more than a year on this with rigorous research, community input, and with all of the environmental justice concerns with the Hawthorne coal plant. I think that would be not a good thing for us to do, to concede on. So I'm confident in our plan going into council that we have the information, that we've done our research with the technical information, as well as the federal legislation, to quell any of that misinformation.
Jim, I will say, I know that you have your hand raised. In the interest of fairness, we can't let you speak again, but if you want to put whatever you want in the chat, it will at least be in the record that way.
Okay.
So, given that there is, there seems to be some disagreement among the committee about whether this should move forward as a formal recommendation. I think that it might be best for the time being to table the recommendations or to table the changes that have been discussed here today.
Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I do. I always do. So if anybody else does who hasn't continually been talking, they can go ahead and add in first.
I would just say that it would seem that if there is not ample support for moving forward on this, then it would be, I mean, it would, I think the appropriate response would be that there is likely going to be, let me back up again and speak about this from the council side. There are likely to be questions about what input from utilities has been discussed here on Thursday. And so there will probably be a question to either staff or committee on what had been discussed and what input there had been. We can try to come up with different responses if we want, but that is probably going to be a question, assuming that we don't make a decision on this today. So all that's to say, whether we make an agreement or vote on something today or not, we will probably get questions about this from committee or from council as a committee on Thursday. And again, for the sake of time at this point, if anyone does still have their hands raised, I would just encourage folks to put their stuff in the chat instead of raising their hands, especially if they've spoken already.
I mean, I feel like maybe I'm not clear where everyone stands on I guess approving this document as our committee response, so that we can share it with council members who still have questions.
So would it be okay if we were to vote as a committee to it'll come out in the wash whether we accept this or not. So So I will make a motion then to get us to some point of conclusion on this. And I want people to clarify on this so that we're all clear on whether we're voting up or down on this part. So what I'm thinking in terms of the motion is we vote to accept the changes that we have made as a committee based on the feedback that we had received from Spire and Evergy, and that we do not officially put them into the document, but present them as a response for council if questions come up about utilities on Thursday. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, I see most folks nodding their heads. I see Kristen, do you have questions on that? Or are you good on that? You're good on that. Okay, so assuming that that is the case, I'm making a motion that we as a committee accept the changes that we have discussed today and use them as a response, not as a formal inclusion into the plan in response to questions from council that may arise during the business presentation on Thursday. Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. So, if there are no other pressing matters, at least at this point, then I will make a motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Michael. Robin.
Thank you for your time. Take care, everybody.
Ellie, I will stay on if you would like. Oh, she left.